Hey, it's still. There we go. I wonder if I'm on the right microphone. I have like 20 on here somehow. How's it going, FaceTime? In many a video recording when I thought I was going to be murdered. That's the big one. Okay, I'm probably going to get murdered tonight. If I get it on camera, at least you guys don't think that I'm going to kill myself. Unfortunately, I'm stuck in this, well, the saddest thing ever, which is a suicide bet. So they think that they can make me kill myself. To be honest, I don't give a fuck if I die. It's really to that point, actually. As long as I don't kill myself. Like, literally. I could have a boulder dropped on my head right now. I'd be so happy because I didn't kill myself, which means you betting on me dying, because I don't really like it when people bet on me dying, will not get a ton of money. And the guy who killed himself in the garage next to me after remaking his truck and being so depressed about what happened, I will think about him a lot. And not that he was part of a bet, but that he was a person. And I hate sounding like a stupid bitch. Maybe I should be a romantic novelist. No. So I'm a caretaker now, except for I'm caretaking for people that are fucking with me. Have you ever been fucked with? Sean Script likes to yell at Ellery Littlefield. And I want to be like, Sean, have you ever had a man give you a cookie with acid on it and tell you that God is speaking to you? Someday I want to really brainwash the shit out of him and do that to him. Or something along those lines. Like, just see. Because I'm sure he sent it to me. Anyway, because I have. And I know never listen to that big voice in the sky. Although fucking with someone who's had that happen to them, which they have been doing, it makes me so very angry because A, I don't think God should give you acid and make you do things that you don't want to do. I don't think you should convince children that God is a voice in the sky that is telling them to do horrible things, because that is brainwashing. And that actually makes them fear God. And part of one of the things that I was really actually focused on doing a long time ago, before I had to be driven crazy and tortured, was I've never been had a religion. My religion has been hope. Hope is a thing with feathers that perches in your soul, and dear God, please let it stay there, because it means that I'm going to make it to tomorrow. Anyway, I'm sorry for not speaking very clearly. I have had a lot of dental work, and it's terrifying. Anyway, I wanted religion not to be so scary. I have known a lot of people, including past partners and friends, who have literally had the fear of God. And then as they grow up and they get older, they can't say no. They can't explain it. And there's this guilt. They don't talk about it. They never will, because you don't talk about that. But God should be a good place, I think. It should be a place that gives you hope, and where you don't have someone recording your confessions and listening to them during the day without anyone knowing. Where there's a private conversation between you and your priest that you don't have to worry about. And I don't know much about confessing. I'll confess to my coworker usually. That's who I confess to. And usually it's I stole the shredder from work for the past week. Don't tell. Oh, also, I stole the van too. But they already knew that. Anyway, and that's not really actually confessing because actually my boss did know I had it. I have this my mom usually guilt thing. I'm a guilter, I get guilt, I'm a guilter and a worrier. These are really good. I decided not to use a cup today. But I'm not drinking enough milk. I used to only drink skim milk. I don't know why. It's awful. I actually was wondering if there's actually any like nutritious value to skim milk. I don't like whole milk, but I think it's because everyone's always dieting, so they always drink skim milk. But I'm like, this is so much better in taste. What was I thinking? I wasn't, obviously. Anyway, having a tasty treat. I need to go to the gym and walk 5 miles because my dad already did. I used to do that every single day until I got to Arizona. It helps a lot with rage problems, which I have. Not many people know that, but I've had a lot of problems with rage for most of my life. Unfortunately, though, we're not talking violent outbursts. We're talking about, like, it gives me internal organ failure. It makes me throw up. I'll get so mad I puke. That's what happened in high school. And other times. Because if you're not allowed to express an emotion, for example, my last boyfriend, anger is an unacceptable emotion. No, it's not. And but he was running a relationship scam on me, which is really too bad because literally, like, people play this game, it's fun, whatever, but then they want to scam you. I mean, I've never even. Well, I've never broken into their homes. I actually kind of want to do that because Holly and Joey have probably broken into everyone's homes in Elliott, Maine and had sex on your couch. Just letting you know. I don't have anything against it. But being upstairs watching TV and then listening to them break into the house and have sex on the couch sometimes is kind of fun. I mean, I don't have fun there, so somebody must. Although Holly does throw a lot of baby poop diapers on my lawn, and I didn't understand that one. Now, they're going to tell you that they're against abortion, and that's going to be a big old lie. So I had basically transported, I guess, information and probably a lot of Mexican tobacco that someone was punishing me or torturing me to death with. Or something. Who knows what they put inside of my body, to be honest. I was paralyzed, put in a raft, and floated downriver. But it definitely wasn't a baby. Now, these things happen. That's life. And then you go home, and you're around people that are going to make it, I think, more than 9 billion times worse. So, they're probably watching this because this computer's doubled. Hey, Exeter! I really hate being lied to, for this long especially. But I could speed up how I'm talking. We could adjust the speed, the tone, or the... I mean, literally, Jeff almost drove me insane. He's from Detroit, so is Megan. They're both vocally trained, and they both are out of line. Megan showed up with this Mexican guy. He turned their cake and said he was going to show me what torture really is. Now, I then was forced to snort firecrackers at a beach. Megan is taught or vocally trained to sound mentally ill, but she is not at all. She loves gorillas, long walks on the beach, and driving around in the car behind me a lot and yelling at me from far away. What else? Oh, when Jeff gives me a ring, she will break into my apartment and scream at me all night long. And at the park, she made me eat this bitter, yucky, disgusting thing. I don't know what it was. Lonely gun of the month. But yeah, she just stand there and scream. Like, so I don't really want Jeff to come into the house. Or you. So, I mean, he's robbing me blind and injecting acid into my skull. That is a great Tucson sign. Oh, you know, when you are supposed to do something and somebody interferes with it, it really sucks because then you have to see their speed bag behind the Tucson sign and you get stuck in a house you don't want to be in for years. And, you know, gambling's fun, but this isn't gambling. Although it is illegal surveillance. Although if you hold someone hostage, so they were doing this thing with a headset. They send a headset to your loved one in the mail, and you could either pay the ransom or watch your unfortunate family member on the headset. There's also a lot of other uses of the headsets, but that was one of them. No. I don't think anyone understands how far virtual reality has come. Very far. It's amazing. It's scary. And I've seen both the most disturbing corners of it and the most amazing. So I've seen the parts where you are never actually going to think that that's possible. I've already seen that. And felt it. And lived through it. And never will ever recover from it. But there also, I mean, it changed my life, especially when it came to learning. Unfortunately, then the people who are in the Teleangel Society, apparently, or the club that is against me having a life or living, decided that that was not okay. Because I've had a really hard time retaining memory all of my life. And I thought I had won the lottery. I thought for some reason a miracle happened. And like literally, I wouldn't tell anyone because I didn't want them to take it away. I was like, it's a miracle or some kind of thing where I can't say anything. Because if I tell someone that I can hear everything and it's all working and I can process, respond, and like I was not so badly delayed that I couldn't have a conversation, but I was very, 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 very frustrated all the time. And I wanted to be part of my life. Having that taken away again, I finally could retain the memory that I wanted. Not just that somebody else wanted, but I wanted to learn that right now. So I could. And it was because of virtual learning. It was because I was a visual learner. It was because I have had so many concussions that a lot of things. And I've had a lot of things happen that should have meant that I could test out things that would move us forward in brain damage and mental capacity and things like that. But unfortunately, when you are followed around by a group of people who don't want you to think, it is really depressing, because I, for a while, figured out how to fix things. Okay, so they broke my arm. I found a clinical trial that will help me fix my arm, so my arm won't be broken. And I did that for a while, and it helped a lot. And I met some amazing people. But then there's the bad researchers and the people who steal research. I never talked about research at all ever in college. Not once, not never. Not at home. Not to anyone I went to school with. Because unfortunately, I lived in an area where they were very much into sabotaging each other. And unfortunately, the children were really who, well, I got pissed. It pissed me off a lot. Because the more I think about child development and the effects it had on all of us, I'm sorry if you get in a fight with someone, but that shouldn't mean that your friend or ex-friend's child doesn't get to learn arithmetic. But that is what happened a lot of the time. And I was one of those kids that they threw rocks at. I mean, seriously, adults say things to me where I'm like, how are you? I'm like, when I was like 6, I'm a 6-year-old kid. But I was what you would call one of the first adult children. That still doesn't mean that I need to be a child. I am a child. But I'll call you out on being an asshole. Anyway, they're sending 6 children back to where they came from. I don't know what that means, but I don't like it. So anyway, being humiliated for a lot of your life, people don't like it when you're not. I will move to a different country. I'll go live in an underground tunnel system of mole people where hopefully there's light and I can breathe. But if that means that me being alive won't be a problem, it literally is a problem. The way that I look, it is because this is ingrained. Not to mention, I'm pretty sure the shipyard is doing this. I'm not even joking. So we were all mapped by a shipyard. And so the more I think about it, the more I wonder, am I having this thought or is someone else? And they all gave voice samples so they could torture me with this torture program, put you into bed, blah, blah, blah. But still, it should never have happened. Because when I have a conversation with someone, I really actually learned how to have one. Public speaking, all sorts of stuff. And when someone does something like this, it isolates you. It breaks you down. It's a form of prostitution, I believe, actually. Actually, though, what it really is holding someone hostage. I've been held hostage for like 7 to 12 years. 7 years? Yeah, probably serial 7s. So the serial 7s are a series of ritual torture. And if Yuri called my previous place of employment to warn them that I am, in fact, tortured for 7 years, that is a serial 7s. Now, if you are tortured ritualistically on a very, 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 very long, never-ending basis, that will set you back every time. Especially when you give someone the ability to wipe my memory that should never even know how to do that. Imagine someone really sick, come to the side, steals your kidney, erases it, runs away. I'll never actually, after this, be alone in the same room with a child. Or probably another person very happily or even comfortably. Because what is happening right now is exactly what happened to me in high school. You taught a bunch of teenagers how to abuse one girl. And they tapped me out over and over and over again. And I'd wake up in all sorts of different places. I would wake up in an industrial building with a tube down my throat, which I pulled out myself. How did I get there? I didn't know. Now, I have found out that when I'm allowed to, I can do things that don't involve being in a fucking stupid ass house, listening to some douchebags that left me in a water tower in New York City, and then later on put a fucking granite slab of kitchen counter on my chest, which I then resulted at being at the Center for Torture. The thing is, though, the Center for Torture should know he was also there. This is very common when a torturer and the person who is tortured by them are the same place because they get away with it. It's much like your pimp and you getting so much sympathy. Really, you're not, though. The pimp is. Or the whatever. You're actually not going to get medical care. You're not going to get assistance, but they know exactly how to do that. That's how you do a business, blah, 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 blah. I don't really want to talk about that shit. But doesn't mean you don't deserve to have a digestive system without a hole in it. Now, there are some people who just literally live to fuck things up. And I'm unfortunately going to have to say that Adult Swim, after what they did to me in New York City, I love their shows. They're hilarious. They're fucking hilarious. But anytime anyone brought it up, anytime I thought about it, I mean, there was definitely a block on it, so I couldn't think about it. There's a block on a lot of things in my brain, so I can't think about them, and I need to. But whenever someone does something like that, when you cause something so painful and then you erase it or block it, I know it's still there because it is so recognizable now that when I think of something and I want to think about it, or I know something happened, it hurts so much because you have caused so much damage inside of me. And I mean, when I got home, I literally was doing yoga on the beach with Holly and Audrey, who were humiliating me, and all these people were for some reason staring at me. And Audrey asked me what I wanted to work on, and I went like this. And I said, and my soul, I feared for my very fucking soul. Because who I was and who I am and what I've protected my entire life. Me, the introverted extrovert, I felt like was about to disappear. That's what they said I was, an introverted extrovert. I was extremely social, but extremely private. And that was because I had been tortured. And people like this, over behind the Tucson sign over there, they feed on that. So I am very aware of the different things that happen to someone when they're tortured. I'm also very aware about how fucking sick people are in a group when they can take advantage of someone to humiliate them after they have gone through hell. And some people in this country, after quarantine, have gone through fucking hell. And they won't talk about it. They may not remember it because the NSA is not a responsible organization anymore. And everyone in the entire world should know that. Never let your child be educated on the computer unless you have a very sophisticated security system right now. Great job, NSA. Anyway, I'm really mad. I'm really mad about what they let in. I'm really mad about what they did nothing about. And I'm really mad about them making a game out of it. Because lookalike contest, when I was little, they did that. They had a lookalike come in that looked just like my dad and me. He beat me. Yeah, it was funny. Have you ever been fucked with by the government? Or my mom, too, actually. Now, Jeff does this really great Sylvester impression. Wait, let me do it. So Mrs. Sylvester used to come into our house every day at 7 a.m. She was very abused. Now, the Sylvesters probably don't care and think that we're the stupidest people in the world for letting them in and blah, 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 blah. Ellery needs to die or something. So, because we're back to that kind of mentality. See, our town, Akura, had a split at some point. I would never even cross the Borden's yard or even put my foot on it. Nope. Because I actually didn't understand. Probably because I'm delayed. Why a tow-headed kike like me couldn't play with everyone else. That's what my neighbor called me. But that's because our parents say these things. And then we think that it's fun. But please be aware, I have had to think about this a lot because of my cousins. It's cool, isn't it? What I watched happen in high schools, multiple high schools, it's cool. It is. You're having fun. You're having a great time. You should always somehow have like a spy or something, someone to go watch the adults that are in charge of the cool people or the those adult, I don't even know what the word is. Follow them around for 4 weeks. See what they do. Because what is cool? It's definitely not getting a tube put in your head and force feed human meat. But that is what cool people do sometimes. When the cool drugs are out. Or they knock you out every day after work and walk in circles around you, like with me, and pray on God. Yep, don't even remember where the bathroom is. That's a lot of God for me. That's why I really hope to God would not be that bad.
Ellery Littlefield, get over here.
How could somebody do such a good impression?
But no, I'm not. Just get over here. Come on, please, please, please. Just come over here. Ellery Littlefield, get over here. Just kidding. But no, I'm not. Just get over here.
Now, this is over at the RV park that's connected to the shipyard where the ceiling comes off. And, hey, Lindsay, how's that pet box going? And Eric Good's in the bathroom. And Eric Good, well, I don't like being filled up and sent home. I like education. And I don't like Maddie being treated like that. Or Elena. I think he is very, very, very smart. But I don't like it when somebody yells Nazi torture at me. Next door. And I don't like it when somebody yells to get to the king and go through the princess at the boat basin that is like, you can throw a rock at my house and you're saying that. You're coming into my house. My parents, before I got home, I was wondering, how are you treating them? Because when I went down the coast, the people wouldn't come out of their boats. You're treating them like neighbors. I feel like you weren't. You know, my brother disappeared for a while because he thought the microwave was talking to him. He said cat he fed and they made him kill it. I had a cat and I came home and it strangled me marmalade. I mean, I understand why Adonis shot his television. Whoa, big time understand that one. My brother will drive you insane. He really will. I always wondered what it was like to have a brother that cared about you. Because I never was really sure if mine did. And it's hard to hear about somebody that doesn't care about you. For a while, we repaired our relationship really well. It doesn't seem like it. But now, it's like I don't even recognize him anymore, unfortunately. And I don't know why. And I think he did something that was probably the cruelest thing that you could do to me, is connect, run a brain scam, and then make me think you're dead. My brother made me think he was shot in the head. After I was made to think that I watched my father get shot in the head 3 hours from here. That's tied to a chair. And talk for a year. You know, it must be crazy to not kill myself. And finding out that when I saw Z's neighbor move in, and I said, who lives there? That was the last time I wanted to see my friends from New York in 2008. Was it 10? Because I wanted to, I liked myself. I don't want to wait outside the tent while you have sex with someone. I don't want you to be able to come into my room or interrogate me with a prison camera. I don't want you to ask me questions that I have to answer. But I grew up not realizing how many women in my life are not only enraged by the word no and put spyware on my computer from Joshua. When Z took the spyware off my computer, she said it's worse than clown coffee. I don't know what clown coffee is, but I also don't know why she would have spyware on my computer. Now, people were moving in next to FBI agents because I went with them to their Target interviews. I mean, I actually fully regret that now, but hold on. The diffuse is definitely a different kind of place to grow up in, if you grow up there. And the standard 3 million is what they call what they did with me. So they made lots of money off of me. I cared about them, but I could never figure out why they would want me to be around because they hated me. I also could not figure out why they would put a snuff film from Oswego, New York with 7 different men, including a member of the fire department who was the last to leave, online in the house that had the Red Room, which was also very popular for illegal pornography. Because if we want to go down that rabbit hole, which apparently they do, I would never consent to any of those videos being put online. Nor would I be okay with shame porn, which is how this started. A game. No, not a game. Not a game. Because if they had noticed anything other than themselves and what they wanted, they would have noticed all the children that went missing. Because if you bring something like shame pornography, or what is this called? Snuff. You bring a certain kind of person, which you did, to town. And that certain kind of person has an effect on everything. Much like a university would have an effect on the community around it. Wouldn't it? Anyway, now we're going to talk about Sterling Nature Center, apparently, because Jeff won't shut up about it. I don't really think that hunting women in the woods with nightgowns on is very fun, but he keeps making jokes about it. I look great in a nightgown, but usually I don't talk about being hunted in the woods. Just the people that want to incriminate people or get me murdered do, which that's exactly what they want to do. But they did like to do that. There was also going for long nature walks. Sterling Nature Center near waterfalls. I took a great picture of one of them. Opie. Or, that maple leaf. Patty loved that picture. I think it's her favorite. I love maple leaves. But look out behind you. Piscataqua. Now, Steve and Justin. Piscataqua, he'd always call it. Steve. I think some call him Snake Man. I just wondered where Justin went. But then I saw him with this sideways black hat on. Oh, actually, I saw him in New Mexico when he took my service, which really hurt my feelings because I wanted that computer so bad. I wanted this computer, and then these rich people come up to me and take it away. Like, literally. You're rich. You can buy your own fucking computer. You can buy a whole building full of computers. But I can't have the one computer that I wanted because you can use it for inventory. You can use it for walking. You can use it for typing. Anyway, that didn't work out. But anyways, lanky Justin in Starbucks in California. Sideways hat, black hat in Texas. I'm really glad you didn't die from smoking a fish in a bong. But I got real sick then. Didn't I? We had nitrous once. Woo! I got real sick. Kayak wouldn't get out of my room. I always thought it was weird. His parents were so, not very chatty. And cuckoo clock in a brick oven, they kept yelling at me. I don't know what that's about. See, everything in it I have had or thought or had happened has been put online. So people have been yelling things at me that are awful. Like, I'm the cum stain on your chest. Really, I don't want you to be. But also they've been yelling lots of things or saying things that I'm not saying, thinking or wanting to think or say, but they're out there now. I think I'm gonna go buy some mushrooms. Make me feel better after having so much acid injected in my skull. You go for a walk, maybe. I have no friends. I haven't talked to like a real person in like over a year. And now Liam's family's next door and they're abusing me too. It really sucks. I think it's a competition. They're all very competitive. Isn't it weird how the environment changes how people interact with each other so much that it's terrifying? I think it is. It makes me not want to interact with anyone. But I've never really been one who wants to win. I'm like, I'll choose to lose because it sucks though. Because I grew up with the most competitive girl. They would eat each other to win. Go, 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 go. You will win. You're going to be the smartest. You're going to be like the best. I wish I had that. But I think it was removed from my brain also. Along with like thinking. Because let me just get this off my chest. I was aerodynamic, jumping out of planes at 10 o'clock at night and part of a paramilitary group for a long time. I used to do search and rescue. I loved my life until the slavery group needed to be involved. What is it called? Well, basically they melt your body down, make you feel like shit so that you will put up with whatever is happening to you. You want to know something? No one deserves that. And men who do that, who literally purposely break down a woman's body, brain, and soul so that they will accept the way that they're treated, I'm going to find you and I'm going to make a club of my own. It's going to be called, we're meeting every Wednesday to discuss what's bothering you. Because unfortunately, I was abused by married people a lot. So I was always afraid of them, especially if they fought. For example, the Moros. Sorry, dude. Gonna say it. Beating the shit out of me, both sides of that one. Hey, Josh was around recently. Anyway. And, so I had Joanna who would race me in a very vicious. Actually, she raced everyone. Just to let you guys know, y'all smoke cigarettes. I used to stand there and watch and wonder how the fuck she did that. Whenever they got high, she just moved you around like little chess pieces. Anyway, so I was always really scared when people would fight. And the women would use that very well because they would be very aggressive towards me and they knew I would be very afraid. They also put words in my mouth to insult each other. So, okay, let me tell you something. When someone finds out that they're a puppet, and here in Tucson, they actually have cops underground that they want to make you into a puppet. So they say everything you say. And the teleprompter thing. I mean, at home, I could hear everything everyone was saying before they said it to me. Scripted responses. I found out that I fucking love conversations that are real. But I haven't had one in so long. Anyway. I could hear every fucking response. So I'm sitting there, I'm like, okay. You're hand signaling the guy who is mooning me across the water in the telephoto lens. Plane landed under Piscataqua. Birds are flying inside the house, and the darkest frequency in the history of the world is probably being made somewhere nearby. John won't give me any of his mushrooms, and the Rooney's apparently have become the police department, which is a very bad idea. Especially since Jennifer Rooney is showing me very bad videos that she found in her attic. Oh, she also tases me for having thoughts I had 7 years ago alone in my apartment. Women of wealth, apparently. So I'm not afraid of, yeah, I'm pretty afraid of people with money because if they can tase you for thoughts you had 7 years ago in your apartment, like, I think I'm gonna have to go back, like, build a hut and, like, I mean, impressive Jen. Impressive Jen. The minute I heard impressive Andy. Like, seriously, what is this impressive thing? In Denver, all I can hear is impressive Jen. Impressive Jen. And this is like during porta potty time. So I'm like, what is so impressive about a porta potty? So I knew someone was being brainwashed, but I didn't know what the fuck was going on. And that was when I was doing a lot of laying down elevator shafts. So that was, I'm sorry, I was having a really good time for a little minute there. But what echoes up in those shafts and stuff, and I'm sorry, but why does no one think it's kind of weird that why is it happening again and again? There's purple light in the sewers here. That is illegal Wi-Fi that came out of an illegal prison that does not exist, and you should not have it. But it's driving me insane seeing it. It's in every event, but no one ever listens to me, and I'm not allowed to have. I mean, literally, what the fuck? Every single thing someone says to me is either incredibly insulting. I mean, the stuff that Jeff said, I wish I could have killed him a little bit. Oh my god, I can't believe I just said that. After he said he was going to kill me. So I was in the same surgical class as Jeff. I don't have a brain anymore, but he does because he removed mine. Isn't that a weird book to write in the future, probably? Yep. Same surgical class. I can tell you that for sure because he talked way too much and I was allowed to have a brain. So I was like, fucking, all right, I'm really excited about my life. Yep. I could take the bullets out of a police officer's side probably faster than he could and stitch them up. So anyway, went to surgical class, had a great time because I like being able to fix things. And it was like one of those things, you know. I mean, so I could fix it. And I've always been obsessed with public health and stuff, so. But apparently, the way that I look, I have to be uncomfortable. I mean, literally, if I was I started running, I was in shape. I could go do that at night. I had friends. I had some friends. It's weird. I don't remember that really. The girls at home were friends with me until I was not as marketable. Oh, you're not marketable. We don't want to market that. We want to market torture. No. I don't recognize you anymore. Anyway. Alexis, what are you doing? Is that Rachel? Do you have a breather on, I hope? What are you doing? Oh, Jen, I know. Yeah, she's been here the whole time they have a lawyer. Yep, Jen has been advised by a lawyer the whole time. They're next door with Evan. And they have hypnotic powder that is a little bit too much for me. I don't even understand why they would do this to me, but group history. Oh. Okay. Well, once I was in the car with her, I picked up a cow and I put it in the back seat. Wasn't so bad. But I guess she threatened to sue the shipyard, so and she did it under my name somehow. So they tried to get me to set myself on fire, and that's why I've been tortured. I'm not number 311. And I'm sorry that I sat with you every time that you were under anesthesia because I did not want anyone to ever hurt you. You were getting surgical procedures done. But I guess they had a big secret about that house that we lived in. She has yelled at me a lot. There's this bathroom that I have a picture of Lola in. It looks like it's a rocket ship touring room. It kind of looks like where they hang out. Casey Uncle's been hanging out here the whole time. I don't even know what live.com is. I guess that hat's a funeral hat. They'll go by their Catholic names. She knew Liam. So. Wait, let me play a song. No one's ever gonna love you with, and more than I do. No. He sent me only the lyrics to this. In the mail. This is when Anthrax is going to people, and I was tracking it to this little apartment building.
Companies of all sizes use BigQuery to uncover new insights from their data, like cost savings, operational efficiencies, and new ways to grow revenue. BigQuery is Google Cloud's serverless, highly scalable cloud data warehouse at the core of Google's unified data cloud. BigQuery saves you time on reporting by making data easily accessible for self-service analytics with built-in business intelligence tools. Get started today with the BigQuery Sandbox or get a $300 credit.
I'm fun of that I'm gonna borrow that many. She got really mad at you anyway. I'm done with last vitamins. It's about it.
It's looking like the Liam tour.
Phoenix, I'll tell you. He's doing the
Together, job. Taken apart. Wheeling through an endless fall. We are the ever-living young star. What once was. But no one is ever gonna love you more than I do. And anything to make you smile. It is a better side of you to admire. They should never take so long just to be over there, back to another one. You know, never gonna love you more than I do. No one's gonna love you more than I do. So they could have warned you. When things start splitting at the seams, and now the whole thing's tumbling down. Things start splitting at the seams, and now
That's called cutting out. The monitor is a piece of glass that you can wear. It's so high tech. And so you can see everything out of the room.
anything to make you smile. You are They never want to hear you say that you be better off. You liked it that way. You know what? Never gonna love you more than I do. No one's gonna love you more than I do. So
Who would she even blame me for using that necklace? But there's this thing that scans your
you to get your
emails.
reading super powerful. So stop straining your eyes and start listening instead. I have to do a lot of reading for my job. You know, emails, contracts, PDFs. To stay focused, I use a free Google Chrome extension called Speechify. It's like the voice of the internet. I get a play button everywhere. So if I click play on email, it reads. If I click play on PDF, it reads. If I have physical books, I take a picture, it reads.
Speechify can read to you in the highest quality
Anyway, I have
voices available
frustration
anywhere. So let's say you have to read an incredibly long email from your boss that you have to finish before the big meeting starts in 10 minutes. Or you're cramming for an exam the night before, but can't bear to keep your eyes open to read one more textbook chapter. Or
And
you're
someone
reviewing a
watching
dense
this
legal
says, "I'll
document
erase
that could
that.
change your life forever.
I'll erase that."
Or you're proofreading your thesis one last time before you submit it to make sure
I was
there aren't
supposed to write a
any
book at
errors.
Ghostwriter and everything. Anyway,
No matter what you have to read, we could all use a second pair of eyes to help us retain information and put our best foot forward. Enter
if you
Speechify,
have
a
ever
reading
had someone
assistant
tell you you're
powered by
disgusting every
artificial
time you look in the
intelligence
mirror,
and deep
undress
learning,
your
and designed
clothes
consciously for students and
after
working
being
professionals who want to
in
get more done.
apartment building
Speechify
that
does the
the
reading for
military
you,
used to work for
so you
anyway.
can spend less energy reading and more energy comprehending. Choose your listening speed. Start at 230
Because
words
like,
per minute
never
and
seen
build to
this song. I'm
500
like, yeah,
words
I'm
per
gonna
minute,
die
which is
here
2.5 times faster than most people read.
because Gabe wanted to
Choose from a range of
start the
incredible
party without
voices that
him.
use human inflection, so you can stay engaged without getting tired.
And I found it makes it so easy to not only focus, but also retain and understand and comprehend the things that I'm listening to. So, if like me, you find reading boring, or it's difficult for you to focus, download Speechify for iOS and for Chrome. Changed my life. Might do the same for you.
They don't stop till they're done.
What if you could do SEO smarter and faster? With Wix, you can edit your meta tags page by page or all in one go. Modify your URLs, inspect all of them in one click, and more. Save time, customize freely with SEO on Wix.
Well, let's see what other ad targeting we have. Oh, that's me. No fire coffee. We got a phenom man. And that is laughing. Sound down everything in my brain. You have to invite me in. What does that mean?
Do you know what's hiding in your business's data? Companies of all sizes use BigQuery to uncover new insights from their data, like cost savings, operational efficiencies, and new ways to grow revenue. BigQuery is Google Cloud's serverless, highly scalable cloud data warehouse at the core of Google's unified data cloud. BigQuery brings your data together in one place, even across clouds, for real-time insights that can reveal cost savings in your operations and supply chain, all without the need to manage infrastructure. BigQuery saves you time on reporting by making data easily accessible for self-service analytics with built-in business intelligence tools. You can use AI-powered recommendations to predict customer demand and grow revenue with built-in machine learning within a simple SQL interface. The possibilities are limitless with BigQuery. Give your data the BigQuery treatment. Get started today with the BigQuery Sandbox or get a $300 credit when you start a free trial.
Avatar seed-like. Avatar seed-like. Creature. Hippo. Living forest on. Skipping Bob, are you with Andy? Okay, any misconnections? Really? Really? Oh, get out of here. They're gonna eat me. Stocking up on guns back there still? Hopefully not. You stay here, Buffy. Oh my god, it's away finally. So well trained to do that. Here you are. Yes, you are. You know, a gambling ring killed my dog, erased me, and then killed it again. Well, lookalikes, so like 9 times. I'm trying to be nice and provide a home to a dog. They're putting a tube down a dog's throat, making it into a weapon. Go pat animal shelter. Keeps you out of there. But we're going to the vet hospital tomorrow. Stop torturing Liz.
It's 5 o'clock.
They're impersonating us. But I think it's a good prison camp for a long time. That's pretty funny. It'll be fun. Wait until they're emotional and then they go in. Ah! I don't know who that is. Huh? Who is it that's saying wait until they're emotional and then goes in? Oh my. Lee, you wear the same Halloween costume as me, only much better because you have money. Do I seem mad? our little teenage bumpkin from the CIA. Targeting the same female over and over and over again. That's not bad. Especially if you have a detainment room like the one I've heard of. That is fucked up, especially if your time of judgment is a game. Oh my god. Huh. Time of judgment is a game. But the detainment center that I'm hearing about is not. Where's the gang center where I'm in a coma? Mom. Seriously, dude, I can feel everything that happens in there. This is not fair. You don't have for the neighborhood and now Elliot. Come on. I've never seen that when you go up there from years ago. Yeah, and he said everything I love to die in Denver. I wish David hadn't said that. I like David. But that's what the algorithm said. And I am the blonde girl you hold out in front of you, huh? It's good to have a blonde girl you hold out in front of you. Gotta have a good bit of confidence collateral. Way more than 3 of us. We call it pit. Yeah, because they are going to fuse. I don't care. If you were in prison for a year, then you wouldn't have gotten a fuse date. Sam didn't piss him out. Thanks a lot. Yeah. I don't know if you've ever been in there. Oh, I feel like this. You're gonna use some adult aid. Fun for you guys, not me. Choose given acid. Thank you. I'll hug them. Oh. Gotta check indoors. I don't know any Supergirl. But if you mean the t-shirt, I would really get rid of being cut in half. So Supergirl and the nut, that meant I was afraid of being cut in half. Yeah, of course they did. So they could do the rewrite. Megan, James moved very strategically. And now I know why. Ryan Foyer was following me around with... It's weird when someone from your high school follows you around with a girl wearing a tie-dye t-shirt screaming at you. I really didn't know what to do. Hung out in the yard for a long time. But his house was one of the houses in our town I could not figure out. Whenever I went in it, I couldn't think because of all the water pressure. But man, those harbor lights, I gotta say. My high is being away from him, but my low is being within reach. Liam's parents have been right next door. You know what's weird? When you break up with someone, you move to Denver. Like, Denver. They follow you around for like 3 months. Beat the shit out of you. But go away. They go away. Okay. I made it a little bit. I can go for a walk. I'm not scared. Sends you flowers and water. Specific arrangement. Meet Megan. So Vicky stops putting that bag over your head so you get more air in your mouth. And then his entire family follows you around because they want the market that they kept you drugged and unconscious for years. Because I was forced to rebond with Liam. He had lookalikes too, but it was a drug that basically made it so I had to care about him. That's why I was always really scared whenever someone came to Denver that was from home. Because I was really scared of caring about someone that could do that to me. So Liam would give me this drug that was with my Lexapro. And when the drug wore off, I would run. Like as in physically run away. So I'd wait for it to start to wear off. And then I would try to run. Now this is incredibly embarrassing to his family or something. But they run a prostitution ring, so whatever. Anyway. I would run away when we lived in New York. So I did not have a choice. So when I had my seconds or little tiny window of possible brain, because when someone splits you in half, and one half is not a person and the other half is just being used by the government, you basically have the saddest person that could ever exist on the planet. But you're good at smiling. And you get abused by women because they pay for it even then. Apparently, when I lived in York, they also paid for abusing me. He made a lot of money, including a force feeding. Along with that, Marvin, who was a Kittery police officer, lost his job because he had been gassing me in my car. So Phyllis tried to warn me about it the first time. We had a lot of people shooting up our lawn from the Bow Basin, so I started trying to open a needle exchange. So I was working for the Franny Peabody Center then, before it became a very, very corrupt place where people are literally screaming that they are sorry for investing in whatever it is that they turned it into. Anyway, so I'm trying to open a needle exchange, but he does not like drug users and thinks that if they have HIV, they're gay. So they would be following my clients around and abusing them. And Phyllis tried to warn me, so I tried to move it. I tried to talk to the police department and have a, one of those like relationships where they don't try to kill you, which is not really working out right now because my family's involved. And that's a good way to get me murdered. I didn't know that my life insurance had already been collected and I was already dead. So anyway, some lady at the beach told me. So Marvin blamed me, which was not my fault at all. I did not know who it was. I did not know it was Marvin. I did not know anything at all. But after the Craigslist Strangler, we went to everyone loves strangling. Like all of them. It's so strange to me. Maybe it's because usually they're lacking so much oxygen already. I mean, we were all gassed as children, so I feel like it might be a thing. I mean, Agent Orange, they have this play about children who were given Agent Orange in Oregon. Very funny. Someone came up to me while I was in Oregon and said, "You're from Oregon. You under witness protection." Well, I was in Oregon. I don't remember ever being in Oregon. And I didn't know I'd ever been in Oregon. But someone came up to me and told me that in Oregon. And that's, I guess, really fun for people to do. And they also dosed me with massive amounts of drugs, left me at the side of the road. So Oregon, I was really excited about. But then finding that out I said goodbye to the ocean. I didn't think I'd live much longer than that. I found a grab. But the thing is, it sucks because I'm being followed by people I know. And I'm not on drugs. I'm not trying to do anything illegal. I'm trying to get a job and live somewhere that is safe and I can go to sleep in. That's all. I have been put down by most of the adults in my life, so usually I never argue, but I have never and will never, hopefully, ever have to look at this situation and actually tell you how I feel about it. Because not only do you know you're wrong, and do you know that you got everything you wanted out of it anyway, the market. See, the underground market is something that I had to crawl through as a child. We're talking not the pretty underground malls they have here and the pretty little bars and the pretty little doors and the pretty little everything, okay? We're talking dirt holes, okay? Dirt holes that were then made into dirt rooms, that were then made into more dirt holes that had little kids crawling through them. I met Mia, because I crawled so far and found myself under her porch. She had German Shepherds. I did the work, like so much work. I'm not a rocker baker anymore. But when you're an old grandfather and a fairy godmother, because they want you to be bottomized and dumb as fuck, because that is the only way they accept you. Hey, I want to go get my EMT training again. No, you can never do that. Hey, Hey, that's a really good fake tattoo. Hey, Lindsay, do you think it's funny to make fun of the fact that I'm about to be fucked over completely by a shipyard that actually totally ripped me in half when I was a little younger? Like, we're talking right in half. So, yeah, those are really great fake tattoos for Liam and Fairly. And Fairly's a really great boyfriend who has bull shirts. Because not only can you make fun of this on the television, because it's so funny when a girl is paralyzed, put on a raft, sent downriver, then experimented on by the government, happy about that part, because holy shit, this saves me every time. Then put in a little prison for a bunch of little prissy women to sell these little women. Little women. I've never actually been around gambling that I have been so miserable during. And I don't know why they like it to be miserable. Because before, I mean, so much fun. Go to the bottom of a well, you open a door. Where are you? Holy shit, you are in somewhere that you will never, ever find, ever, usually. Or, you know, lots of cool places. I mean, they just show up. They happen. But instead, it's like a prison-themed, never-ending. I mean, there's lots of gambling in prison. And, you know, I have been a mutant fights group. You inject us and see what happens. And sometimes we grow 2 heads. That I could handle. But the main coat people need a new mink coat or something so they're happy. Because I would love to grow a 3rd head. I know there's an injection out there for that. And there's this blue injection I really need so my brain will come back on. And Marilyn, he doesn't look like an old man. He walks like someone who was tortured in a chair. So do I, because I picked him up that day. But his two-tone torture does really hurt. And his his daughter's dress looks really nice, though. Whoever the designer is. I used to love textile hunting. I hope Hannah found her way out of the electric box. Electricity's tricky and I miss it. If I ever get out of this body, I'm never getting back in one. But Mallow has been. Hello, my name is Mallow. I'm lying. Hi, Mallow. Nice to meet you. Do you like being in the light like this? Probably not. Because when you met me, I was standing in the dark. Yes, you were, Mallow. I also do not like standing in the light very often when overexposure happens. And since you don't live in that tiny little house over there, obviously you own half the neighborhood. I also now own half of your neighborhood, Ellery. Yes, I know, Mallow. Jonestown, huh? You know, going to Franconia and listening to someone say, do you think she'll live? Owen, you leave that girl alone. Owen was not going to leave me alone, by the way. I really have hated the past 5 years more than any years of my entire life. But John did watch me paint over my head marks in the bathroom. That's so fun, right? Yay! And listening to what I think is my brother getting shot in the head, but reality probably is he didn't, and he's fucking with me so badly that he wants me to think he's dead. Which is like the cruelest thing ever possible. Because unfortunately, even though he doesn't care about me, I've always cared about him. Because there's something wrong with me. Actually, I thought about that for a really long time. What the fuck is wrong with me? I'm like around people like Vicky who are so homicidal that they'll kill me for a fucking gambling ring. And I won't do it to them. Why won't I kill her? It's not fair. Like, why? Why am I happy when you get married and have babies? And why am I happy for you? Why? Why, when I hear you... when I hear sex symbol, I do want to kill you, actually. Want to know why? Because I was told that when I was 6 years old. A sex symbol at 6. There's a guy outside this saying that. People always say that for Marilyn. Do you want to know why that makes me so mad? Because you're ruining Marilyn's memory. Not only was she incredibly smart, which no one knew, because who cares, right? She's just a blonde woman. Oh my God. But she withstood probably quite a bit of electricity. And I'm guessing there's a lot, almost everything, you don't know about her, even in her memoirs or anything that people say. Because like her, Princess Diana, and let's see, who else did they change? They changed another really big one. Probably no. Breath Tiffany's, what's her name? I mean, Farrah Fawcett, they changed completely her history. Anyway, I said once they make a movie and once they can talk in a way that is Twilight-esque, they will forget about the part of her that is, I think, the most important. I mean, she was a symbol of hope, but she was a symbol of hope. And she was someone that went out, someone who went out and kept that going. He was so quiet, though. Now, her children have turned into stubborn buttholes. Just kidding. I don't like using the word butthole. Why are you hanging out with the McMeekings if you are? Come on. What is wrong with Matt? I think he had a vaccination. I don't get it. It's because he has chip and he has vitamins. Nothing. What he thinks and how much he cares about me. Anyway, I wish I could hitchhike out of this country. But anyways, I will always miss their mother. And, a Welsh vest. That big cat can have his claws taken off. If you know what I mean. If only I remembered who I was. I know this to be true. My name is Ellery Littlefield. I've been tortured by the government for now 9 years. And it is a very, 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 very good torture system, but it's incredibly depressing. And unfortunately, Tucson helped. Where I grew up, I trusted the people that I worked with. But when you are from an experimental research community and people find out, they really fuck it up. And one thing I never really talked about was that I didn't like talking about things because I didn't like them to be exploited. For example, the people I knew, there's one person that was a waitress in a town, no, it doesn't matter where. And the douchebag that I didn't want to be in her house with the very thick doors in a very safe place was in her house because of this. And because I went through all that trouble, because I wanted to, because I cared about her and she was worth it, someone will now belittle that. They will belittle that relationship. They will belittle that. They will belittle everything because this is what they do. Oh my God, I feel so bad. How did that happen? You want to know how it happened? Well, cybersecurity in the U.S. went completely berserko. Yeah, and there's a cloning operation in Phoenix that I think is really going to have an effect on this world eventually because they love government clones and they make these little people. and then kill them for fun. It's weird. Anyway, then of course there's a dark frequency, which I'm a frequency adjustable person. And Rhonda, who molested me as a child, oh wait, I need to erase that, who may have been sexually inappropriate with me as a child, and I did not remember at all, but was there eating a turkey neck on Thanksgiving when mom told us to go outside and never come back in again. May have been mean. Maybe not that way, but maybe one way or another. And even though I thought that I could remember her, which means I was thinking it, not saying it, not anything other than thinking it. Which would mean Rhonda can control that from which I think. If you have ever listened to anything about the NSA, I told someone I liked his dimples recently. He just got him. I don't think that's funny at all. Spying is not what they're doing. I will never, ever watch someone in their home, watching them have sex, watching them have an intimate moment. I'm not there standing right next to them, staring at them. I don't want to interfere with that. I'm not going to interfere with that. And I will definitely forget it the next day. What I will be looking for is something called uranium, plutonium, or any of those chemicals. Well, that was my part of life. Because if those are said, along with, oh, I don't know, if you're on Facebook and you're talking about meeting up in a place that I know you shouldn't be meeting up in, and you're pretending not to know each other for your entire relationship, and I know that you are. I mean, fires starting in California, flooding on the coast. And when I heard Vicky say psychosexual maritime, that is when they go up and down the coast and take children. I was one of those children for a short time. And knowing that I'm around people that aren't going to do anything about it is very difficult for me. Because it messes up more than just families. It messes up systems. Like I said before with the whole nuclear thing. Psychosexual. Tucson is very into psychosexual satanic worship here. Okay, cool. But when you freak other people out and scare them, they fuck up at work. It's not funny. So if you would like to do that, you can. Happily and out in the parks where you do that. But when they're doing what they're doing right now, it causes a danger to the community. In Denver, all of the dogs were killed. First. They first killed all of the animals. And walked through my house every night and threatened me. And I was told there was no one on the roof. There's not a man outside. And if Robert Booth had not adjusted me, my circulation would have been cut off to my organs and I would have died because I was being murdered. And feeling like I survived that and then feeling like I'm not allowed to live now. Because harassment is not what this is. Although his wife was like, what's with this harassment account online? On Tor, T-O-R. Harassment makes extreme violence okay and encourages it. It makes it okay for you to treat me like shit. It's not okay. It keeps me from socializing and isolates me, and it makes me afraid all the time, so it drains my adrenal. People say that I have insomnia. Yes, because when I wake up with injection marks on my body and I don't know who's been in my home, for example, here, quite often. Here, behind my calves, in my mouth. Because I don't think I need my face melted down with acid. But a psychologically abusive person did that to me in college. I really didn't want to go through it again. So I'm going to get my nails done and feel okay like a real person, because he's probably going to hate that because he does not like me to feel okay. Also, the man in the bloody sheet chasing me around the park. Like, just saying that. I was trying to go for a walk. Also, to anyone with a surveillance account, a jacket, or body armor, it's still not okay. I guess Cheeseman and Lindsay call my car a schizophrenic car. I really hate their usage of schizophrenia out here. It's supposed to basically kill you. I didn't think about the fact that they put things on the seats and women just sit on them. Just so bad. And they switch my medication out, but that's part of the trafficking. They usually find people whose prescriptions they like, and then they don't let you leave. All right, then where I'm going. I miss group traffic. Ugh. Used to be really good at power couples. Let's see. I think Choose D hates me, so I should probably not go there. Duck feet. Those gamble. What kind of some the kidney problems? Yeah, exactly. Freshman year. Can't wait to get my sentence. I'm thinking to go over my contract and do body armor again. Megan trainer. Who do you train a dog? You? Yep, we'll log in and watch. Thank you for running last year in LA. That's in the same city. What? Not either. I don't know the other guys.
It's 6 o'clock.
Okay, nailed. Thick hair. Thick hair. You keep up on that.
It's 7 o'clock. It's 8 o'clock.
I'm hungry. Yeah, I'm so hungry. Pregnancy body at age 9. Yeah, girl rocking me and telling me to go back where I came from. Maybe it's back to that hospital bed when I was week 15, 14, 13, 12. Was it there? Probably. Probably, huh? Love that way. Well. Huh, pregnancy body at 9. Holly loves those big nipples. Nah. Good to know. And John, I love when you crypto hack Snapchat. So fun. Yeah, you're gonna chainmail too. My sister makes great chainmail. Awesome. Let's bleed. Thank you, Sarah, telling me to sleep with John. Or do as I'm told, huh? Those slave people. Yeah, I'm walking you through the election. You are. Delilah. Is that the food? Do you want to go for a walk? We should go for a walk. Huh. I think so.